Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. And hello from Doey. I've been so excited to show you guys all of the work that I've done on him. His rig is pretty much done. His textures are pretty much done. His expressions are pretty much done. But there's still a lot to do. But yeah, this is just a really quick pose that I threw together based off of his actual game render pose for our thumbnail today. We'll go over more in depth of all of the things that he's got featured and all of the things that we'll be doing today in just a little bit. But before we get to that, how are you guys doing today? And more importantly, how many of you are playing Silksong right now? Obviously Q. I've been seeing news of Silksong all over the place today. Apparently it crashed out both the Nintendo eShop and the PlayStation eShop. A lot of people have been losing their minds over it. Sounds like it's been reaching the expectation that everyone was hoping for, though. It also broke Steam. I want it, but I haven't finished the first game yet. Me either. I'm in no hurry for it. But I am excited on behalf of those who are. To those who have played it so far, what are some of the things that you like about it? Some of the things that they've changed or added or made different? I'd love to hear your opinions. I was actually just watching Astral Spiff's video last night about his first playthrough of Hollow Knight and how he ended up not actually playing through all of Hollow Knight the moment he got to the Colosseum. Because apparently the second he got there, he decided, nope, that's what I'm going to be doing now. Just grinding the Colosseum. Actually, I'd like to check. I think he usually streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well. Is he live right now? He is not. That's surprising. I would have expected him to be one of the first people streaming it.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
We got a boomer!
Hello, Snake. He was earlier when the game came out. Ah. I unfortunately have not really been able to spend...
This is beautiful.
Thank you, Snake. But yes, I unfortunately have not been able to be on the computer much today, so I've missed out on a lot of the hub-up currently. I've been giving some extra love and attention to Bronx today. She's just not been feeling good. I don't know what's going on, but over the course of the last maybe 3-4 days now, she's just kind of been not herself. A little lethargic, a little just unsteady. And I know she's getting up there in years, but just uncharacteristic behavior. It's worried me enough now to the point where I will be taking her to the vet tomorrow. And hopefully we will get some good news, and it's just going to be something very mild. But we will see. Trying not to worry about it too much. Right now she's good, she's taking a nap. It's just me and her today. I don't know when Mom will be headed home. But if I do end up having to step away abruptly for any reason, that is why. I don't expect anything to come up or anything, but I did want to just make that aware on the docket. Gibbs head bets. Allah. Oh my gosh, how many people are streaming Silk Song right now? Let's see. Has anyone beat it yet? I would like to say I hope not, but I know how crazy fucking gamers can get. Can I be on your head? Absolutely. And we'll go ahead and give Q uppies as well. I've seen people claim that they have less than an hour after it came out, so I doubt anyone truly did. Yeah, unless there's video footage of it, doubt. Too bad not everyone's going to realize Silksong is full of anthropomorphic bugs, just like Bug Fables. Oh, that's right! Bug Fables is another one that I would like to look into. Bug Fables looked really cute. I always loved Paper Mario, and, well, specifically Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door. That was my favorite Paper Mario, even though Count Bleck is in the sequel to that one. Gameplay-wise, I enjoyed that one the most. And I feel like when they started to make more Paper Mario games, the gameplay just kept changing more and more in ways that was undesirable to me specifically. Probably wasn't to other players, but I know I'm a very niche kind of gamer. I don't fit into the usual categories. Bug Fables very much looked like it continued the style that I preferred. I am excited to see all of the different Hollow Knight fan characters and whatnot that will be popping up after this. Do we still call it Hollow Knight, or is Silksong kind of a separate thing? I assume it's still the same universe, but just a different bug? A different hive, maybe? Oh, wow. Oh, no, our alerts aren't working. Hold on. Wait. I don't know why that didn't go off. But thank you, Void, very much for subscribing. Let me go back and check in Stream Elements and see what's going on. Because that should be up to par. That shouldn't be... bleh. Not an actual resub. That's okay. I still want to make sure that the alerts are working. Let's see. Let's do a test. We're going to emulate a follow. There we go.
Fern can now hatch from their egg.
I'd be surprised how many people agree with that opinion, that Silksong is the same universe. There exists a plush dedicated to V, one of the B characters. If I recall, Silksong was meant to be the DLC, which got spun into its own game of Hollow Knight Silksong. It's a different kingdom. Okay. It's just updating, yeah. It's almost spoopy season, and I'm happy for that. Me too. Oh, you fell off. Hold on, let me get you. The system thought that I had resubbed and made you do a dance so that you fell off. Yeah. How odd. Good to get that stuff out of the way early on. Sorry, I was starting to read chat as soon. But it's good to get these glitches out of the way early on. A raptor on top of a raptor. A raptor stack. You know, I am surprised. One thing I have not seen that I'm hoping will change very soon is Hollow Knight avatars in VRChat. I actually have one that I still like to use even though I've never really played the game. It's just a very gender euphoric avatar. But it was the only one that I had ever seen. It was of the tall lanky dude with the cape. I think he's like the final boss of Hollow Knight. But that's really one of the only ones that I've seen. Oh, and the Grim Reaper guy. I forgot about that one, Cherry. I guess the one I'm thinking of is just called The Hollow Knight. Because I know it wasn't the Grim Reaper one. Wait. Hello, Zatanni. The other tall guy with the cape, yes. The vessel, yeah. God, I wish I were better at games like those, because I really, really love the art. All the character designs, all of the art itself, it's just gorgeous. But my problem is I'm not good at games like this at all. Ones that require actual skill. And I have very bad artistic ADHD. So I want to look at the environment. I don't want to, like, stop playing and pause it and have to look at things. I want to just keep looking at it while I'm playing. And inevitably that causes me to die. Oh, wow!
7_the_proto just subscribed for 11 months.
Oh, thank you, 7. And we have a positive thought from Snake. Frag, I want to let you know you're amazing, your vibe is so chill, and I'm very glad I got the time to know you and chill with you on stream. You deserve all of the boops and head pats, and also nuggies. But most importantly, since fall is coming, you need a warm blanket fresh out of the dryer. Fun fact, my warm blanket fresh out of the dryer last night went immediately to Bronx. And I can't even complain. It was truly a maternal moment between us. She was shaking, and I know she's been feeling pretty sick over the last few days here. And so while we were cuddling up, ready to go to bed, I could feel her tremoring. I was like, you know what? I'm warm enough. I want my doggy to have this nice fluffy warm blanket. And I bundled her up and she just was instantly lulled. It was so cute. Games like that, I just grab a thing that gives me infinite health and play at my pace. Exactly. That's what I need, Void. That's exactly what I need. I need baby mode so that I can just run around and look at things. It's exactly what I needed for Security Breach. We can just add a little button that says TISM mode. Oh, where has my mouse gone? There we go. Alright, let's start playing with Doey a little bit here. We can keep chatting about Silksong and whatnot, but I do want to be able to start doing some work on him. And I'll be perfectly honest, I don't remember a lot of the things that were left to do. I know there were some verts that I needed to fix, and I wanted to add a root bone to his shoulders so that I could apply fizzbone stretch to his arms, and that could be a toggle to play with. I've never really done a lot with that, but I want to mess around with it and see how much we can have fun. Do you want a cheat table? Because 98% certain I can get you a cheat table with infinity health. I would say yes if I were playing the games right now, but I am currently not. But thank you so much for the offer, Void. Also noticed that you adored my red-eyed tree frog Sona. My clown sneakers from my previous reference sheet need more work if I have time off from animating someone's birthday video. Yeah, Lewis, you really have some awesome designs. Like, I love every character that I've seen from you. If you guys haven't seen any of Lewis's works, you really should go check them out. I love that. Plus, that's why I use WeMod for games. I don't know nor haven't played before. Also, you know now WeMod is a program to give you cheats. I've never heard of WeMod. All right, let's get Doey out of this pose. And we'll revert his face back to his neutral position. We've got so many different shapes and stuff to play with on him for his expressions. I'm very excited about it. But first things first, we need to fix his UV maps because when we made those joints before, I didn't realize it messed up his UV maps. And that's why we've got these weird issues on the elbow and the knees that have been doing this weird stuff. I didn't realize that this had happened, so we've got to go and patch it up a little. No big deal, really. It's mostly just reconnecting the pieces with where they need to go. Simple as that. I use WeMod also. WeMod is alright. I like Cheat Engine just because it allows custom cheats for games that don't have all of the things. Frag, oh my god, I forgot to tell you my Has-Been Hotel Dirk is done. Oh shit! That's exciting! I will say this about Silk Song. I fucking love the little guy you ride on for the fast travel. Aww. I love when you get a little guy. Little guys are my favorite. Now, we are probably going to have to go back in on the sci-fi and just clean up some of these edges a little bit. See how that cleaned that up instantly? And we probably got to do that to all the fingers too, don't we? Yup. How fun. Honestly, I would take this over most of the other issues that pop up whenever I do things like this. A very easy fix compared to how Blender issues normally like to go. I want to get a plush of them and a mod that lets you change their skin to be pride flags. Aw, that'd be cute. I sent it to the show and tell. If you want, you can show stream. And yes, I have Viking tattoos on his front two legs. Let me go take a look. Unfortunately, I can't show things on stream when I'm using Blender. If I had Psy open, I could. Oh, wow. That came out so good. That really looks awesome, Snake. Viking tattoos. I wonder if Locke would recognize those. We'll have to remember to ask him. Those runes, on the... Well, both of the tattoos, I suppose. I think Locke knows how to read those. Because he also has Viking ancestry. It's like a puppy that does little stompy stomps when you wait near him. Oh. Kind of amazed at how bunked up these got. Mm-mm. I'm so happy you love him because the reason behind the idea was you, Spooka, and Rosie. Aww. Still trying to come up with a name for him. Well, he's based off of Lucifer, isn't he? Or inspired by, anyway. Lord knows Lucifer has enough names that he goes by. He always picks something like that. Going to draw. I'll be right back. All right, Katie, have fun. If you're willing to share what you create, we would love to see. What names? Because I'm not sure all the names that he has. I need to watch Hasbin Hotel. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, I just meant biblically. The devil from the Bible has had many names. Uh-oh. Let me check on that leg and make sure that that didn't mess up a bunch of stuff. Not in love with how that looks, but... The devil from the Bible? Send a picture of the little guy in show and tell. Also, hello, Moth! How's it going? Feeling a little bit better after resting some from your vacation? Oh my god, he is just a little guy. Is it surrounded by bells? You questioned the words of the mighty Jimmy? Alright, we got our joints patched. Were there any others that we made later on that I didn't think to look at? I don't think so. Alright, let me check my other notes and see what else there were. What other things that there were that I had to do. Right, root bone to the arms. You can share the name if you want, but I feel like that could be considered spoilers. I'm going to actually ask that you guys refrain from sharing too many spoilers or anything with Silksong. Not because I care, but because I know there are people who are with us right now who might. I don't have any intent of playing the game anytime soon. Not because I'm avoiding it or anything, just because that's not a priority for me right now. But I know it's a very important game that a lot of people have been waiting a really long time for, and I just don't really want their experience with it to get ruined. We're going to use this bone as the fizzbone root for our shoulder and arms. And I've never done this before. I don't know how it'll work. But I have every bone in his body set up so that they are not technically connected, and that means that they can be, if I turn this on as a toggle, we should be able to grab bones like his individual fingers and stretch the Doughman as far as our heart desires. So people can have fun with that. We also wanted to put one specifically on his neck. I don't know how I'd like to do that one. Because, again, it can be moved as is. I'm thinking maybe if I just put... Ooh. We just put a fizzbone on, or script on the bone itself, then we can get some interesting results. I don't know, we'll have to play with that one. I will say that it personally took me 2 hours before I could actually buy the game from Steam after it released because of how overwhelmed everything was. Makes sense. I'm glad that you were able to get a hold of it, though. His elastic arms is just like my mascots, except his are candy arms, consisting of gumballs, cherry taffy, and marshmallow fingers. Oh. Sounded like a snack. Oh yeah, I also set up his hat so that not only do we have it on this bone so that people will hopefully be able to grab it and lift it away from his head and he can grab it and move it away from his head, but I've also got it on this bone here that I want to put a fizzbone script on so that it can kind of like rotate and wobble around on his head. Just kind of give it some extra personality. but we'll see how that goes. For now, let's start deciding on how we want to set up his expressions. Or his set expressions, I should say. Gonna lurk, we do not want a ravenous void in the house. Get yourself some food, void. I'd say it's a snack, but they're supposed to be prosthetic and sentient. Listen. Pianosaurus was also a snack. Whether or not he consented to that is an entirely different conversation. Man, they had a Labor Day sale, and I was really tempted. I don't have the money to throw around right now, but I was really tempted to get the Justice for Pianosaurus shirt. So one thing that I'm struggling with just a little bit here is trying to decide how I want to set it up on the animation controller for Doey's expressions. For Sun and Moon, I have their set expressions on their hands, but I also have toggles on the menu so that they can do all of the same expressions with a frown that they can with a smile. And the frown, whether or not they're frowning or smiling, is controlled by a toggle in the menu, as opposed to a hand gesture. Oh, wow! Welcome, hello!
Anaki1 has raided the channel with 2 eggs.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid, Anaki. See, you were playing Amber Isle! How did it go? I've never played that, but everyone's been telling me I need to. Looks like our alerts aren't quite working properly. Hold on, let me get you a shout out just in case it didn't go through. Oh my gosh, I love your little Carno! That's so cute! Sorry, I am so distracted by your whole layout, your UI, everything is gorgeous. I'm totally dropping you a follow. It went well? That's good to hear. Well, you are more than welcome to join us here or raid and leave if you must. There's no harm done. Let me get Snake back up here on my head. Where are you going, Snake? There we are. Yeah, we were going over this VRChat avatar model that I am currently working on. If you're not familiar with VRChat, it is a VR game that is essentially just all user-generated content. So every world that you can go to visit is created by other people. Every avatar is made by other people. It's a really fun game, just kind of a social experience. Get to go on little adventures. We've already made Dog Day over here. And a player to go with our poppy-themed accessories. We are working on Doey currently, trying to sort out his expressions and what we want to, how we want to have him set up so that how he operates and everything is all streamlined. We're also going to set up his MMDs in just a bit. But before we do that, got to do a bit of brainstorming. Because I know we're going to want to have a toggle that just turns the teeth off and on. We're going to want to have a blink. But I'd like to try to have the blink be set up as a float this time, as opposed to the built-in VRChat blink. Because my problem with that one is, if you're doing an expression, the built-in blink doesn't know how to read whether or not that expression is active or not. So it'll double blink. For example, say we've got an expression that uses these heart eyes. Well, we have our usual blink would be this. And if we have the heart eyes active, then our blink doesn't realize that. And it'll just do it anyway. And you can see it obviously doesn't really work right. So we kind of want to avoid that. We don't want him to blink if he's doing another active expression. I have heard of it, another dino tuber I support called Maydirks that previously built worlds in VRChat. Oh, very cool. Let me write down their names so I can go check out some of their stuff. See if maybe we've been to one of their worlds before. We need more people making dino avatars in the VRChat community. I'm so sad at the lack of diversity. We got like a couple raptors, and that's kind of it. That's cute. Popple's got a buddy who loves candy corn. Oh, God, oh, I forgot! He's got spiders now! Ew, Popple! Look at it wriggle. Ugh. No, that freaks me out extra bad because 2 nights ago, I'm not even joking, 2 nights ago, I went to go to bed, and I sat down, I had YouTube on, and then I felt something crawl across my hand, and there was a fucking spider in my bed with me, and it touched me! I don't mind spiders when they're outside. Outside, they are allowed. They're allowed to exist, and they are beautiful. Inside, no. If you are inside my house, I will escort you outside. If you are inside my house and inside my bed, I'm sorry, that is a death sentence. You have triggered my fight or flight, and I am a flightless bird. Trying to help the homeless. Don't be rude, it's just Popple's new buddy enjoying candy corn. You know, you're right, I hadn't taken into consideration a vegan spider. Wait a minute, are candy corn vegan? Alright, now we gotta Google it. Wait! Candy corn are not vegan. Because they are made with honey, gelatin, and beeswax. Is honey not considered vegan? Because you don't... I know it comes from the bees, but it's not something that they produce, like, milk. It's their saliva mixed with pollen. And they often make it in such excess that they can't even consume it all. But I suppose it can still be exploited, which is not fair to the animal. It is an animal product? Yeah, that's true. Even though it's not being solely produced by the animal, they are still producing it with their saliva. Interesting. You learn something every day. All right. Expressions. We need to worry about that. I might have to make a list. Because I don't actually know if we need to set any of these expressions together. Usually I would aim... Hold on. You know what? We are going to open Psy. Okay. So again, to those of you who are not familiar, these are the hand gestures that are used to make automatic expressions on VRChat avatars. They can be assigned to your whatever hand gesture it is that you've made, can also have a single expression assigned to it, or whatever shape key. It doesn't even have to be an expression. It's just something can become active. But for simplicity's sake, this is the kind of chart that I will use for identifying what expressions we want. So usually on fist, I don't put anything. Open hand, I usually do like a raised brow. We'll just use text for this, actually. And then thumbs up we'll usually do... Or a fist I'll usually do empty. The reason for that is just because fist is something that you usually do when you have to pick up an item in the game, and it can get annoying when your character will like close their eyes every time you're holding something. Usually thumbs up, I will do a small smile. Point is usually like a squint or a grumpy face. Like, rock and roll's usually the angry face, if one is needed. What did we do for Dog Days faces? be honest, Doey doesn't really have a whole lot of variety with his expressions. Hmm. All right, well, at least I've got a list now. So let's go ahead and start a category for set expressions, even though I'm starting to doubt we'll even need them. Because I think his mouth toggles are all going to have to be on the menu. See, now the only problem with that is if we use that, that's a weird clipping that happens there. Maybe we should set him up with a neutral face first. Neutral, closed mouth. Oops. All right, so this would be our like active resting position, I suppose. And then we would have our open palm face. And that would be a problem though if we activate the smile. Oh, it's so much to keep track of. Maybe he is ready for Unity. Because I'm starting to think we won't be able to figure this out until I'm actually setting up the controller. Let's play with it just a little bit longer before we mess that up. See, the problem with the closed mouth frown is that it's not like the smile. It includes the mouth closing part. Whereas the smile is just the corners of the mouth getting bigger on top of the closed mouth already being closed. So I haven't really figured out how to isolate that. I probably should have done that already. Although I guess in all reality, I could just... Okay, hold on. Let's just get our eyes. This would be the rock and roll, I suppose. All right, so open palm, we have a slight smile, raised brows, slightly upturned eyes. Rock and roll, we have the grumpy. I don't know if we should include the mouth at all. I don't think we should. Let's do that again without the mouth part. So that was raised brow plus our upturned bottom lid set to 50%. All right, thumbs up. We could make that a raised brow, happy closed eyes. That's kind of nice. Kind of cute. I like our squint. That one was one that seemed kind of fun to mess with. We have like an angry squint. It's kind of like accusatory. Give him slightly angry brows. Did I do flat brows? I didn't. Let's try that one. That was kind of fun. Sort of like a, I know what you're up to. You think you're sneaky, but you're not. Oops, I'm so sorry. Our ads are playing, and I did not give a warning. Why does that feel broken? Hold on. Raised brows. Upturned bottom lids. Alright, let's try and do like a DreamWorks face. We'll do one angry brow. And one raised brow. In addition to bulgogi, recognized as Korean beef, there also exists bulgogi burger and bulgogi pizza. Wish I was making this up, but I heard it's tasty. I would try all of the above. And hello, Cart Kid! How's it going? Hmm? Why is this not working? Oh, our left head vertex group has apparently been deleted. No trouble. Left head. That's... No, that's the wrong one. Uh-oh. You're the left head. Meh! Hi, Void! Okay, it is... I don't know how that got messed up. We were using that group literally the last time I worked on this. Weird. Wait, now it's doing both. What? There, okay. Weird.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Cart Kid. Yeah? Man, I don't know about this face. We can use it as a basis, I suppose. What was this one gonna be? Oh, that was gonna be the cocky handgun face. I don't know. I'm not feeling that one. My bestie's my roommate, and they made a couple of OCs who were unintentionally made to their own standards of attractive. It's fun to tease them about those OCs and the self-ship resulting from a different AU. That's cute. I'm all for self-ship OCs. Whoa. It's time! Our prayers have been answered!
Music start!
Boing boing! Boing boing!
Hey, come on!
Moge, 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 moge! Chichi wo moge! Moge! Thank you, Ninji! You have blessed our stream with the great and powerful Parco Fogore. How you holding up, Ninji? Haven't been by in a hot minute, so I figured I'd make an entrance. And you did so beautifully. EP5 ever. Yeah, that's definitely been the mood floating through this whole week. I feel like I've been very lucky that I haven't gotten sick yet, but it's only a matter of time. I've been feeling the threat. It's looming over me. It's made itself very well known that it is ready at any moment. It's just waiting, watching. Could do like a worried face. That's kind of a good idea. Maybe? Finding myself taking 2+ naps a day in addition to sleep. So what's the sick away from Moss? Ninja over here being like the human shield. Ugh, that sounds awful though. It sounds like you really need your rest. And if that's the case, then I really hope that you're getting enough. I need to schedule that sleep study I keep putting off. Have any of you guys done a sleep study? I haven't, but I've been told very much that I should. But I don't know what they can learn from things like that. I've never really looked into them. I like that face. It's a very worried, concerned, tired dad face. Or at least the eyes and the eyebrows. We're not worrying about the mouth right now. I don't know what we can use that face for, but... that's the whole point of experimentation. That could be our victory. Peace sign being the worried face instead. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and close his mouth so he doesn't look so freaky. So for our open palm face, we have just kind of the raised eyebrows, Weh! Oh, wow!
Zio_tier has raided the channel with 6 eggs.
Welcome! Dang, 2 raids already. You guys have put in 2 skulls in Popple's head.
Zio_tier can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow and the raid. I see that you were also working on art. What were you drawing? Or creating, for that matter. It doesn't have to just be drawing. Thank you for the follow!
Volume_tier can now hatch from their egg.
Oh my goodness. And another, oh god. Weh!
Sabade_on air can now hatch from their egg.
We were working on a VRChat world. Oh shit, tell us more. Oh my gosh, thank you everyone.
D5_rotate can now hatch from their egg.
Never done a proper one before, and it's unknown territory. I've also never done a world before. I've only been doing avatars. Making a Fendi's for Tiomara. I'm not sure what that is. Let me Google that. Google did not help. Blessings of Kevin upon your stream. Tiomara is a Fen, and it's her Wendy's. Oh, okay. A Fennec Wendy's. Oh, that's really cute. Oh, that's so exciting. Hold on, let me jump back over to my actual window, not the OBS window, because I would love to give you a follow so I can actually see your progress on that and how it's going. That's really awesome. Well, thank you guys for raiding and stopping by here. I'm a variety streamer. I do artwork on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays we do drawing art, and then Thursdays we do 3D modeling art, usually in the form of VRChat avatars. We also do gaming Wednesdays, but that's less relative to the current conversation. Oh wow, I'm just able to see the thumbnails of your videos, like your recent videos, and that's some really awesome stuff you've been working on. What is this? Asriadale? Whatever this critter is, I'm loving that wingspan. Zio, do you have like an art page or a card or anything like that? I would love to be able to put that up, a link so that people can find some of your work. I'm checking your about section here. Unfortunately, links don't really work in chat. That's because we had too many bots. Oh, I see. I found your link tree. Is it okay if I include that? I will definitely be following you on Blue Sky myself because I want to see more of your work. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so everybody here in chat, this is the link tree for Zio here, the person who just raided us. Please go take a look at their work. Really, really awesome stuff, and I'm just grazing the surface. Well, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys enjoy your time hanging out here. If you have to raid and run too, that's also perfectly fine. Because we are just taking a nice relaxing day today. We're not really doing anything on a set time frame or schedule. I'm honestly not super sure of how I want to go about doing all of this with Doey right now to begin with. It's just kind of some trial and error. Normally when I go into making an avatar, I would try and have set expressions already in mind before doing this part, but Doey was kind of a spur of the moment project. It was one of those things that I had conceptualized him once on the thumbnails, or not thumbnail, the reference sheets that I made, and I got really excited about it, and I just sculpted him, and here he is. It was a very whimsical, spontaneous decision to make this one. Do need to raid and run, but I do like the work of the avatar that you're using. Oh, and the avatar that you're using. Thank you! Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm very excited to follow your work as well. I look forward to seeing you in the future. Turned out really well. Thank you! Hey, Phil! It's time. You're a little late to the party. Parco Fagore has already blessed us. Don't worry, I think he recharges every 30 minutes. Oh, thank you for the follow, sick puppy.
One sick puppy can now hatch from their egg.
Actually, hold on. We've got a ton of eggs hanging out with us all of a sudden. Let's get you guys all up here. All these little eggies. That's you guys. Try and get you guys not piled completely on top of each other. Void, I'm going to drop you down here real quick. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. There's so many of you. Okay, there we go. So if you are a follower, you can hatch from your egg into any dinosaur that is provided on the list. You can do that by floating your mouse over the twinkle beside my head here. There's a Stream Avatars button that should appear if you're on desktop. If you're not on desktop, then it should be below the video, somewhere near the gift a sub option. And if you are not a follower, you will remain an egg, but you can still pick what color egg you want to be. And there's a controller somewhere on that window where you can interact with other people. So everybody here, you guys can interact with each other. You can throw bombs at each other, hug each other, fart. I don't care. We've been on Destiny Rising all week. Jesus, how am I enjoying this more than the main one? Woo! Bye, foe! Did you know I'm currently doing some Christmas shopping as of now? Oh god, I don't even want to think about Christmas yet. Let's see. Okay, we had our open palm face. Our peace sign face is kind of a worried one. Our point is like an accusatory squint. Disapproving dad face. Thumbs up is like a happy. And our rock and roll's the angry. That leaves us with finger guns and fist. By the way, if you search Dino in Stream Avatars Workshop in the program, there is a second Dino pack, so you can add more dinos to choose from. That is true, and we already have that included. That would be our neon dinos. And eventually, somewhere down the line, I plan on making a custom pack of dinosaurs that I've recolored myself. Because there's a couple custom ones. Some of my mods show up and they have some custom ones. We've got the mini frag down there. My goal was to do that after finishing Popple, but as you can see, Popple's still in his early sprite stages. We actually have his idle and his walk pretty much done, but the rest of his animations are still in the progress. It'll be nice to do another A-Sprite stream somewhere along the lines, though. I really do enjoy those. And thank you for letting us know. There's still a lot about stream avatars that I have not figured out. So far, I've done an Ozzy Osbourne themed tribute that involves his debut single Crazy Train. It's for one of my uncles since they're a huge fan of his music. That's really awesome. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more Ozzy Osbourne stuff popping up over the next year here since, well, he's no longer with us, unfortunately. Which one did we decide was going to be the, like, shocked, sad? There we go. That's his kind of, like, concerned face. So, finger guns. Finger guns, I usually try to make them more of, like, a goofy face, but we didn't really do much for him to be goofy. Best we've got going for us is his, like, big smile, and that's going to be a manual toggle. He doesn't necessarily need to have all of these, but We can test these expressions with all of his different mouths. Oh. Does that one affect his eyes? Hold on. We don't want that to affect the eyes. And yet it seems to. Interesting. All right, let's turn all the other shape keys off. We want to fix that. That's not good. Make a new shape. Open frown. We'll delete the original. Okay, that should keep that from happening again. So we'll try our other expressions. We have our open palm, peace sign, point, thumbs up. I don't really love the way that that's affecting the eyes, but it's okay. And then rock and roll. I like our angry face. The angry face is very good. I wish I could have given him a bigger frown. We can test all of them now with the open mouth. He's got kind of like an evil grin. Big happy smile. That one doesn't really work super well. And that one's okay. That's more so the face that I think that we're aiming for with up there. This one. We can have a toggle to have the smile be even bigger. Does that still work with the ah? Yes. Okay, good. Let's do the closed mouth frown. And see how everything looks with that. It's funny because Doey's such an expressive and yet non-expressive character at the same time. All right, looks like they're all looking good. I guess we could just do like kind of relaxed, I guess. I don't have like a lowered brow that's not stressy-wessy. Like we have the angry and the sad, but I feel like they kind of both. Although we can soften it some. I guess that's kind of relaxed. Yeah. It's really not that bad. Oh, hell. I forgot that I messed up all of these shape keys before. And we're gonna have to go through and change all of them again. Whoopsie. Oh, shoot, I didn't see what you had said here, Lewis. Understand about your fear of spiders. I casually scoop up a spider using a Pringles can and take them outside whenever they're inside the house. Scary, sure, but to me they're sweethearts. See, the thing is, I love spiders. I really think that spiders are fascinating, and I've even kept a couple as pets over the years. I think that they're really awesome critters. I draw the line with it when they're in bed with me. You are free to exist anywhere else. Just not in bed with me. Buy me dinner first. Then maybe we'll consider it. Alright, new shape from mix. We'll have that be a face that we save here. And then we're gonna have to go through and add the head only selection source to all of these again. The reason for that is because I messed up and the blend shapes all have issues with the knees for some reason. I don't know how I ended up doing that. Sometimes that happens early on, though. I just fixed it by using a shape key, or a vertex group, to make sure all of them are not applying anything to the knees. Alright, let's make sure that the knees are not getting fucked up by all the ones that we just made. Oh, kind
Did
of
you
on here.
remember to save
Hello,
all
Rim.
of your files?
That is a good point. We should save. Thank you very much. The long legs gotta win your heart before they get that privilege. Exactly. Ah, okay. That one did get a little scrunked. There we go. I've come with a message. Never mind, it's on cooldown. We have had a lot of aggressive people wanting to take to give us more Parco Fagore. There's been a competition today. I'm gonna have to start adding even higher tier rewards. Move our finger point. Our finger guns there. All right, let's see how that looks with all of our different mouths again, just to be sure. So we have our smile with our open palm. Actually, let's remove his teeth. Goodbye, teeth. Like the Monty. I'm gonna be honest, Q. With as much as you guys jump scare me with just the celebrate, I don't think I'm gonna be adding the Monty. Just for my own health at this point. So we have our happy face. We have our kind of stressed face. Our squint. Dad catching on to his children acting up face. Our kind of bored, tired face. Happy, again, in a different way. And angry. We're gonna leave fist empty. We do have the other open palm ones that aren't quite as... That one I'm gonna delete. We like that face better? Or this one? We'll keep the second one. It pushes it a little further, so it's easier to see from further away. Let's go back to our frown. Oh no, he's so baby. Look at him. He's so sad. Oh my god, I love Doey so much. This one's just so done. This is the moment that Poppy got back and he's given up. I don't want to do this anymore. Ooh, why is that? The frown affects the eyes as well. Interesting. All right, we're going to make a new group. No eyes. Okay. So that expression doesn't work really well with that mouth, but that's okay. It works with most of the other ones. Do closed mouth smile. Happy. Terrified. Accusatory. High. Happy again. Gonna wreck your shit. Alright. So I think what we'll do is we will just keep all three of the different mouth shapes on toggles. And we will have all of his set expressions be just the eyes and eyebrows. And that's how we'll keep that from overlapping too bad. Because that's really the hardest part with a mouth that's this animated. Oops. Did I make any new shapes with the teeth gone? I don't think so. Okay. But yeah, for this to be his neutral mouth and to still be able to do things like his visemes, which are ah, ch, and oo. And then also still be able to close his mouth. Just do the neutral mouth closed. And still be able to do ah, ch, and oo. And then also to be able to have an open mouth frown. And still be able to do ah, and ch, and oo. It's been a lot of preparatory stuff, but it's paying off. Okay. All right, that being said, I think we are good now to start doing his final MMDs, and then after that, either we're going to move over to Unity, or we're going to work on the other surprise function that I haven't told you guys about yet. There's two things that I'm considering doing for him. So one, I've included a special secret toggle, and I don't really know how I'd get this to work just yet, but in theory, we have this toggle, which turns our boy into a WOD, which can then be replaced with an identical WOD that has not been painted yet, that would then be able to kind of just turn itself into a little jiggly ball on the ground. So we'd have some different jiggle animations. Can make it bigger. Could make it have like a little breathe animation. A breathe and pulsating kind of animation. And then I have a couple different agitations where we get lumpy bumpy in different ways. Cycle through varying versions of them. And then when we're done, we can go back up and trade it back out for the real Doey. De-watify him. The oblong sphere has entered the chat. De-watify. The scientific term. But yeah, let's go ahead and save and let's start working on those MMDs. And we'll probably need to delete some of these older shape keys that we're not going to be using in the long run. Because anything that's not explicitly used as an individual expression, like a set expression we've got already, you guys can't see it. Hold on, let me drag it over. But yeah, anything, these are all these different shapes that I've been doing, all the different blinks and mouth shapes, everything. So once I am ready to get a model set up for sale, there's a lot of them that are left over that don't necessarily need to be there. So for example, we have just the star eye animation. That will end up being used explicitly for the MMDs. So once the MMDs are set up, I'm probably just going to go ahead and delete these extra shapes, or like the one that's just the left eye a little bit wider. You know, things like that. I will delete them from the final version. If someone buys it and would like to be able to make their own shapes from the expressions that we have, there are still ways to do that using your vertex groups. That's why I have so many that are just no eyes, only the head, just the left side of the head, just the right side of the head. And down here, where it says vertex group, this is what it affects. Everything that is selected in that vertex group, you can limit your shape key to only affect that vertex group by putting it in here. And most of them have it set to head only. Except for that one. That's okay. But yeah, I'll probably end up deleting most of the ones above the set expressions here. Like our ooh, ch. We don't really need those. Because we've got the rest of our visemes already done up top. But that way we can clean it up and not have as much clutter that's not really necessary in our way. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the MMD chart. This is the one that I like to use. It was created by Zoryu on DeviantArt. So I will link that in our chat here to anyone who is curious or would like to look into it themselves. Your MMD facial expressions have to be broken up by different sections, and they all have to use the kanji lettering. So if it's not named the correct word, the MMD system doesn't know how to read it. All right. So let's start with a category. You guys aren't going to be able to see a lot of this unless I stretch it out for you to be able to see it. That's good enough. We're just going to start taking a lot of these shapes that we already have, starting with the eyes. So we'll make a new category. MMDs. Oh, and we're actually not going to bother making a new one. We're going to use what we got. So first off is our blink. We want the blink to have both eyes pointed downwards, which I preemptively did because I knew we were going to have to do that. So eyes closed, down facing. And all we're going to do is have that one shape key turned on before we make a new one from the mix. Actually, we should have made a new one here. Eyes. Again. There we go. And we are going to copy the kanji for what we want this one to be called, which is as follows. I will not try to pronounce that because I don't even know how. Next is the upturned blink, or the smile. So we go back up to our previous one that was down. We're going to do the up ones next. New shape from mix. Name that that. Now we've got the upturned wink. We've got 4 different winks to do. So upturned his left wink. Just like that. There is a plugin I know of that can do this automatically for you. I don't have it downloaded. I like having the control of being able to do it myself and being able to make sure each one of these are the correct ones. You don't need to. It's just a personal preference, at least for ones that I know I really care about. I enjoy watching the MMDs on my own models. It's kind of like getting to see an animation of them come to life. So I always try to make sure I'm going a little extra hard on them. So there's our wink A. Next are our downturn winks. So we need wink B is the left side. Wink C. All right, next is Hawawa, which is just flat eyes. Every time I make a new model, I try and remember the ones that we had to do for the last model and the ones that I failed to do or missed out on because I just didn't think to include them early on. The pinched together eyes are usually one that I miss every time. I think Ha is just like wide eyes. Jito eyes are the half-lidded eyes. And then we have Kiri eye. Kiri eye is like a, I don't know, kind of like an inward slant. Let's see what we can do for that. That seems pretty close. For the O eyes, we're just going to do the wide eyes again. And then we have our stars. Making your own little parade of emotes down there, Katie. Got heart eyes. And then we'll have these small pupils, or smaller eyes. He doesn't have pupils, so I just went ahead and made the whole eye tiny. I don't think we can do any more of those. No, we still have the upturned happy eyes again. That would be our joy. And then we can do our wow. Once again, just have them widen. And then like a sad, closed, squinty kind of eyes. They do include the eyebrows in some of these, and I don't trust that. Just before I enjoy dinner on my own, I plan to share you my updated frog sona in the future. Be on the lookout. Hell yeah! I'm excited to see. Oh, we got an ad break coming up in about a minute here. Oh, whoops.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Oh, next we have our angry eyes. And that would be labeled as hostility. Ad should be starting at any second now. And we are going to move on to our mouth mouth MMDs. And one thing to remember on this chart, I believe the I and the E shapes are reversed. So we want to actually make sure we're paying close attention to those, because in Japanese, the I sound is more of the E sound, and the E sound is more of the sound, I believe. But first, we start with our ah. Ah. And would be our more of our ch shape than anything for the E. I sounds like E. E almost rhymes with wi. Let me double check on that now, because now I'm second guessing myself. Oh wow, hello Eldersaurus! It's good to see you! How am I? I'm doing great. Better than ever, honestly. Making good progress on the art. Hanging out with awesome people. And if we get these MMDs done, we're going to be taking a trip over to Unity. Which means I've got to set up a new layout. Alright, we might have to double check on this one in the long run. Ads should be over now, though. Alright, we're gonna go with that for our I or shape. And we need our oo, not our O. That's our O, I believe. We need our oo. Here's our oo. And we'll want our eh. I'm gonna have to kind of make this one up. It's like half ch and half ah. That's what I'm gonna go with anyway. Then our O. And then we have our ah2. Gonna lurk while I go prepare my own stream. Have at it.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel
And
free
thank
to
you for the
pass
hydrate.
out.
What are you planning on streaming today, Elder? Gotta take care of the homies. Yeah, gotta take care of the homies like they're houseplants. Doing more Helldivers! New update is crazy? Alright. That's going to be really fun. I hope you have a good stream. If you guys are feeling like watching something a little bit more exciting than what I'm doing today, go head over and see Eldersaurus's stream. I'm going to see what this looks like with the closed mouth. So that's supposed to be the sound. All right, that'll be our n sound. Oh, whoops. No, we can't do that with the mouth like that. That will be our n sound. I'm gonna stop playing for now because I've had the game open for almost 7 hours. I'm really glad that you're having such a fun time with it, Q. I'm happy that it's been able to meet everyone's expectations and then some. All right, I think that just about does it for the mouths that we have available to us. Now all we've got left are the brows. Pretty sure I'm not even that far into the game. I wouldn't be surprised. With how long it was in development, I'm hoping that there's a substantial amount of gameplay. All right, eyebrows. First we have the serious brows, which aren't really much. That's going to be, I guess, just slightly angry. We'll set it to 50%. Then we have trouble, which is the sad eyebrows. Thank you, baby. Oops. There we go. Sad eyebrows. Next is smiley. I guess like slightly raised. We'll do raised at 50% probably. And then we have get angry. Not mad, but get angry. And then we have fully raised. And fully lowered. Which we don't really have a lowered shape. We're going to have to combine our angry and our sad again to make that happen. Wait a minute, why is your mouth opening when we do that, Doey? It shouldn't. Do we still have a mouth open? We sure do. That means the last ones that we've done here have been ruined. All right, so how many of them have been ruined? All of them? Oh, look at that, all of them. Okay, cool. Well, we'll just start the eyebrows all over again. All right, serious brows, which is going to be the angry ones at halfway. Do wish that we had a downward swing instead of a diagonal one, because it makes pogoing a lot more finicky. I don't know a lot about how the game's mechanics work, but I've started watching Astral Spiff's Coliseum run, and he was doing that in a very specific way. But it seemed like he was able to do a downward pogo? Is that just something that they've removed from Hollow Knight into Silksong now? Or is that based on the way that you build the character? Question mark? Pogo, you just have to attack an enemy below you? I hope that maybe there's a skill or something that'll unlock later that'll make it easier to go straight down. Doing so grants a small amount of upwards momentum. Alright. That does it for all of our shape keys. Which means I think it might be time to delete all of our excess extra bullshit. Oh, no, not quite. We're not quite ready. because we need to decide what we're going to do with our WOD. WOD mode Doey. I'm thinking what I could do is put a fizz bone connected to his hips. Add a floor collider. I don't really know how we'd get it to anchor onto the ground. Glue. Because the problem is, if we have it connected to his hip bone, the hip bone will always be stationary unless you use a program or an extra thing called Go-Go Loco. Go-Go Loco is what lets avatars in VRChat be able to sit down and be posed so that they're like on the ground or sitting crisscross or in a chair or whatever. And the problem with that is that will change the position of the hip bone from straight up and down, where it always should be, to, you know, say he's sitting, well, suddenly he's going to change like this a little bit. And when that happens, that ball is going to come with him like that. So it will no longer be sitting on the ground. It'll just kind of be floating at a weird angle because there's no gravity. Now what I can do, let's see your armature. Where is your medium point? Right there. Could have it be a jiggle bone with gravity. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking we'll have this bone here be kind of our indicator of where the floor is. That way, if the whole avatar... Oh wait, his hip's not attached anymore. But that way, I guess if the entire avatar goes like this one can be attached to the hip and have its own gravity script. Oops. No, we need to be in edit mode for that. Keep offset. And then on top of that, we can have a secondary bone. Turn Doey off for a second. And this one we will have... Oh, you know what? No, hold on. Wait, that was the wrong bone. Where are your hips? That. Get rid of it. And hide that. We don't need any of those right now. All right, we can call this bone WOD Jiggle, and this bone WOD Gravity. All right, so we're gonna have, this is gonna be weird. I don't know how this is gonna work. This is all experimental. But I want the bottom part of our WOD to be assigned predominantly to our gravity. So that the bottom side will always try to be like that. And let's just blur the ever-loving fuck out of it. Okay, and now our jiggle. Forgot to ask you again for a full body image of Popple. Oh, where? Yes, I do need to do that. That's probably something I'm gonna have to do after stream. But I do want to do, because I realize I don't actually have a ref of him to begin with, and I really need to do that regardless. It wouldn't take too terribly long. So what I'm trying to do here is make it so that this, we're going to change our bones back to sticks again. But I want to make it so that this bone will kind of have the same effect on our ball as his belly. And that way, when this one moves around, it'll tell gravity, okay, we're going to go over here, and then this one's going to tell gravity, actually, we're going to go this way. And I think we might want more of the whole ball attached for that to work. So let's continue to play with this. Let's reposition it straight again. Might have to reduce this. Let's go to subtract. We're going to do radial or linear. And this one we're going to go radial. And we're going to add that, change that to add. Gonna subtract more of this. We're gonna find a happy balance in here somewhere. Got an interview on Monday for Smith's Toys. If it wasn't obvious, they are a toy store. Toy store. Get your mind out of the gutter. Hi, friendly. How's it going? I think a toy store would be a pleasant place to work. All right, we want a lot less of this than I expected. Really want to kind of push the jiggly aspect in hopes that it kind of hides the illusion better. That's good. We're getting there. I really don't know how well this is going to work. Maybe with a limiter on it, it might still get pretty fucky-wucky, but we'll see. Because the thought is that this one would have gravity on at like all points in time, so it would always be facing down. This one, however, would not, but now we lose that. Although I guess if we have gravity on this one at all points in time, it wouldn't really be doing any wobbling. It would just be straight up and down. So that's actually, hold on. I think I overshot this. Yeah, we want this to be more anchored onto the ground. We want this to remain. And this to be more jiggle. Because the more wib wobble this has, the better.
If you become
Wait.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh gosh, I'm
Did
sorry.
you remember
I've not
to
been paying attention to chat.
save all of your files?
It's going decent. Thinking of doing more drawing today. Ah. Big break time. Oi. Doing some shopping today, but it looks cold as shit, so I changed my mind. Yeah, things are just going to be getting colder from here on out. If I do manage to get the job, then I'll be able to hang out with the friend that I watch movies with more often, as they live quite close to where the store is. The only thing I'm not looking forward to is the uniform, because it features a polo, and there's a sensory issue with that kind of fabric. Ugh. I wonder if they'd be able to make an exception. That is frustrating, but I do still hope that things go well. And thank you for the hydrate, and the posture check, and big stretch. I'm going to need to refill my water again soon. All right. I have no idea how many Fizbone scripts Doey's got right now. I guess we should figure that out. So, Doey, my boy. We have one Fizbone script in your hat. Let me start writing these down, and actually let me move this back over again because we don't need that in view anymore. So we have one in your hat. We have one in your shoulders. We have one in your belly. One in your neck, potentially. And then we have one in your core here for gravity. And one in the wad itself for belly jiggle. Is there anything else? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fizbone scripts. That means you are still Quest compatible. Wowee, all right. Now, that means that we need to decide, is our wad going to remain a separate mesh? Oh, does the bigger toggle work with the... It does, good. Good night, everyone, because I feel quite tired right now. Good night, Q. I hope that you have a fantastic weekend with plenty of Silk Song. I know you will be very occupied with all of that. And we look forward to seeing you again next week. Now, the thing is, if we keep the WOD as a separate mesh, that means that we just have the option of turning it off and on when we do this transition. If we merge it with Doey, we will have to create a new toggle that shrinks it inside of him. Like so. The only problem with this is that puts the... We can't toggle it off with the bones then. So we're just going to leave it its own separate mesh so we can turn it off. It's almost 1 a.m. and not just Silk Song. I'm going to be busy with... September is a busy month for me this year. That's right. I just kind of figured that Silk Song would take priority this weekend specifically. All right, before we go over to Unity, we have one last thing that we need to do, and that is texture our WOD. I've already set up a UV map for it, so it's just a matter of drawing on top of it. And what I'd like to do is try and get as much of it to look like it just came off of Doey as possible. So for this, I think we're finally going to go ahead and delete all of our references. We do not need them anymore. I'm going to go ahead and delete Dog Day as well. This is our final stretch. Now I am going to move this down to my tablet window, which means I have to move OBS up to the top window. This might mess up our Spotify bullshit. If it does, I apologize. Now, this is going to be a little tricky because I'm going to start by just doodling a very rough idea of where Doey's current hands are going to line up. So I'm going to be flipping Doey off and on repeatedly. Reason why I'm being kind of sloppy with this is because it does not matter to me how this part looks. Because we're going to go back inside and use Doey's actual texture, because if you can see over here on this side, it is copying what I'm putting here. We're going to go inside once we have this kind of blueprinted out how we want it to match. And clean it up and make it look better. Actually, Doey, let's put you in WOD mode. There we go. Now we can really tell where everything's supposed to line up. Also, whilst I don't agree with it, I do actually kind of understand the idea behind Doey having 3 different souls in a lore narrative, because, I mean, if you don't get this technology that allows you to transfer somebody's soul into a new body, or if you've got this technology that allows you to do that, there's going to be that curiosity of what'll happen if I put more than one soul into the same body. I mean, lore-wise, it does make a lot of sense, because that's something that the prototype started doing itself. The prototype started to kind of absorb other bigger bodies into itself. And Doey was an attempt to understand how he was doing that. It was also an attempt on Sawyer's behalf to try and prove to himself that Elliot Ludwig was wrong. Every single thing that Sawyer lives for, or well, lived for, at that point, was because he's never been able to get over the rejection of Ludwig. Ludwig was like a dad to him. And if you pay attention to the personalities that went into Doey, Matthew is very much one-to-one the same kind of personality that we had for Ludwig that we know of, based off of the letters that he sent to Sawyer when Sawyer was a kid. And Sawyer very much was like Kevin when he was a kid. Well, hi, Bronca. Hi, baby girl. Are you feeling okay? Hi, Pumpkin. Come here. Let me see my baby. Yeah, you're still feeling kind of crummy today. I'm so sorry you're not feeling good, honey. Oh, I'm so glad that we were able to get an appointment for tomorrow for her. Just had me so worried. Your ears are cold again. Can you give me your paw? Get paw. Let me see your foot. I want to make sure you don't have cold toes. You do have cold toes. I don't like that, baby. Hello, Arlene. Thank you for joining us. I apologize, I'm a little bit distracted right now because my dog just came back to visit me and she's been kind of sick. And she's just not feeling very good, so she needs some extra love and attention right now. Right, baby? Yeah. We're gonna go to the vet tomorrow to make sure everything's okay. It's my good girl. You wanna get up on the bed? I can help you up. Come here, baby. Let me help you up on the bed. There you go. Oh, no, baby. Why is your tongue cold? Your tongue shouldn't be cold. What's going on, honey? Okay. Oh, she's got me so worried. I'm trying not to think about it. What you doing? We are working on an avatar for VRChat of the famed Doey the Doughman from Poppy Playtime Chapter 3. We are currently working on a special mode where he turns himself into a big wad of clay. Oops. But there's our boy. And there he is as a ball. And we are working on the texture for the ball itself right now. Sans the doughy part. I may have also been going off on a little bit of a rant about the Poppy Playtime lore, because I'm a nerd. I'm also doing a character right now. Ooh, what are you working on? I love to hear about other people's projects, especially if they're doing things like Blender. A VTube model for a friend. That's going to be really cool. I hope that it goes well. If you'd like, you're more than welcome to join our Discord. We have a channel for showing off our artwork. There's the link for it. Absolutely no obligation. But we just try and have like a little community of other artsy people, other people who have shared interests and want to learn things. Just kind of overall a nice environment. Hard to find places to share your art these days with AI art being all over the place. AI images, I should say. You already sent it. Oh, that was fast. Let me go take a look. Oh, wow. Oh, that looks so beautiful. Those eyes are gorgeous. And that hair looks so good. Hair is something that I get so easily frustrated with. That's going to look spectacular. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh! Hello, Katsu.
Katsu drawn just cheered 10 bits. Get giddy.
It begins.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. 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 Front-facing baby chick emoji.
That is a different front-facing baby chick emoji today than it was yesterday. I don't know what's going on. They're gaslighting us with chickens. A dream of becoming a pro? I think you're already a good damn distance there. I would consider that pro. And more gay. Oh, Katsu, why?
Just cheered 30 bits. Hatching chick emoji. Baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Chicken emoji. Poultry leg emoji. Hatching chick emoji. Baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Chicken emoji. Poultry leg emoji. Hatching chick emoji. Baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Chicken emoji. Poultry leg emoji. Hatching chick emoji. Baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Chicken emoji. Poultry leg emoji.
Poultry leg goes crazy. Just realized the emojis are in the order of a chicken's life. Yeah? My hair always looks like whipped cream. I always hesitated a bit. Oh, about the hair. But I figured it out. Good. The only way through is through. And that's the best part about it, though, is being able to find a creative solution. I'm not going to worry about making this perfect. We really just want enough that we can tell where all of his blobs and different shapes are going to end up, roughly. Now I use circles, curves, and paths. Man, I regretted not learning how to use those the first time that I did anything with fur. I sculpted every little cone and tuft by hand, and it was miserable. Life is so much easier with the paths and curves. Also, hello, D. Cruz. How are we today? We're doing fantastic. How about you? Feel you on the fluff. I feel like that's a mistake every one of us makes at least once and then never again. All right, let's save this monstrosity. And we're going to jump over into Psy. I'm going to reopen our texture. Okay. First things first, take a look at our doughy texture. There's still some things that we need to touch up on it just because of the edges and whatnot, and because of those little pieces that we saw earlier. I think I'm also missing a highlight on one of his eyebrows. We'll worry about that later. What we really want right now are these pieces. So we're going to go ahead and steal the chest part. Plop it over here. And roughly align it there. Well, our ads are going to start in about 1 minute here. And as a reminder to anyone who is new, our ads play for 3 minutes once every hour, or at least they should. And that way we can have the rest of the hour completely uninterrupted. All right, so as we've learned, these are not going to be lined up correctly. And that is okay. Because our goal is to just kind of vaguely align this where it needs to be. Let's separate all 3 of our hands in the front. I've never done a furry character. They can definitely be tricky. They present their own entire new set of issues. But it's cool stuff to learn. Anything longer than what I'm working on, I'll path with. Let's rotate our camera. What I'd really like to steal most out of this is just the hand. So I'm going to just line up the hand as best I can. And then we're just not going to worry about the rest. I've been doing characters since I was 14. Wow! I mean, I don't know how old you are currently, but that's really awesome. I've only been doing this for a couple of years myself. All right, before we do anything else, let's go over to our other side and get these in a similar such situation. Oh boy, these got really heavily warped. Might just have to redraw that one. Alrighty, ads should be cleared up there. Can you hear me now, Ari? There we go. So all I think I said was that I don't have any idea how old you are now, so I have no idea how long you've been doing it, but that's really cool. I've only been doing this for maybe 3 or 4 years now. Hey! There we go, we got roughly the same amount of experience then. That's awesome. Of course, you've gotten to start a lot earlier than I have, and that's good for you. The earlier that you can start learning stuff, the better. Alright, a lot of these I think I'm gonna have to redraw. That's okay. Let's go ahead and merge all these together again. We're going to lighten them up, and we're going to start working on cleaning these lines. Let's start with this one in the back. And I will probably need the slower stabilizer for this. Although I didn't have so much practice in all those years, I was in a boarding school. That's alright, every little bit of practice still matters. I'm going to draw again because the previous drawing went wrong, and I'm going to make a new one. That's a good approach to it, Katie. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Because you don't have to make it perfect, you just have to make it exist. Well, and we have been blessed with the presence of our lovely Wolfie. Wolfie is my gray kitty, otherwise known as my Arby's dumpster kitty. We found her in an Arby's parking lot when she was just a kitten. Because of that, she is incredibly shy. But every once in a blue moon, she will come out and she will say hello and she'll ask for some head pats and snuggles. And quick as she came, she's gone. I had to move a plastic bag that was in my way, and that scared her. She'll probably be back, though. I have to do a bow now. I just don't know how to approach it. Oh. Yeah, that's a tricky shape. There's a couple different ways you could go about that one. I'm excited to see what you try and do. Sorry, I hit my mic then. It's for streaming, so every little mistake can be seen by others. It feels that way, it does. But I guarantee you see your own mistakes so much more clearly than anybody else who's viewing them could ever possibly see. Because the only one who knows what it was supposed to look like is you. Because you're the only one who can see it in your head. To everyone else, it just looks like how it looks. You gotta trust your gut that your viewer's not nearly as critical as you are. You're always gonna be your own worst critic. They're watching your journey, they are with you, egging you on through thick and thin. Absolutely! As it should be. There's absolutely no room in art for tearing other people down. We live in a time in which there are people who are too lazy to pick up a goddamn pencil. So the mere fact that you are even attempting to create something out of nothing is more than a good abundance of people can say. That is worth being proud of. It's worthy of celebration. right, let's do orange next. Mm. Hold on just a moment. I will be right back. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry about that. Not fully sure on what's going on right now. Mom had just gotten home, and when she did, whatever is wrong with Bronx right now is becoming more concerning. I don't want to go into it too much because I don't want to upset people or anything, because it's always a very upsetting topic when an animal or a pet is not doing well. And I apologize for the wind sounds. I've got to keep my window open for a second here because it's gotten way too hot in here. But just really uncomfortable with where Bronx is at right now and trying to make sure that she's comfortable and okay as much as possible until we can get her to the vet tomorrow. I don't think that where she's at warrants any kind of ER trip yet, but there's always a chance, and I'm hoping that it'll not have to happen, but if I do have to end stream early because of any kind of an emergency, that is a possibility given what we are dealing with right now. It's kind of coming off like it's a cardio-related issue, but given all of the symptoms, we still really can't tell. It's all just kind of scary and up in the air right now, and I'm gonna try hard not to think about it for the rest of our stream here, since there's not really anything anyone can do. Unless it gets worse and we have to go to the ER. It is what it is for the time being. She's stable. I've got her in bed with Mom now. So hopefully she can just sleep for the rest of the night and not have to worry about anything else going on. Thank you, Kat. I will admit I'm in a rocky place mentally from it. It's a little extra hard because she just turned 9 in July. And the last time I lost a pet, he had just turned 9. We had to go in for what felt like a very routine vet checkup, only to find out that he had an aggressive form of cancer that was going to take him out in just a couple of months. He outlived the prediction, but it still got him in the end. So it's just hard not to think about that. Hoping for the best. It's all we can do. But yeah, if you've got a puppy of your own, please give them extra hugs and love for me tonight. Oh, sorry, I had to blow my nose. Didn't need that on the mic. there anything that we can do in this moment to provide help, provide a distraction? I really appreciate that, Kat, but I don't think so. I think that right now everything's just kind of in a position where it is what it is. It will be whatever it will be. And until tomorrow, when we are able to go to the appointment, we just have to hang in there. And I've got plenty of work to distract myself with. And if work's not what I feel like doing, then we can always switch over to some Stardew Valley or something. I'm not going to worry about it too much. There are much bigger things to be worried about right now than whether or not the stream is going perfectly. And besides, we're making such good progress on this. Sending wishes and prayers for your fuzzies. Thank you, Nexus. Looking really good. Thank you. I'm excited to see how this dough ball is going to come out. I've always wanted to try this on an avatar, and I've never had an avatar that was a good shape or form for it. But thankfully, Doey's the perfect candidate. It's a shame that the Poppy Playtime community is not as big or active as the FNAF community seems to be. Because they overlap so much. But it seems like a predominant section of the Poppy Playtime community is still mostly children. Which is fine. That's probably more so what it's meant to be. I just wish that there were more adults in it. Predominantly just so I had more of an adult crowd that I could hang out with. more weirdos like me. I just got the sense it had a significant following, but maybe that's because of the adults that I know that like it. That and, well, a lot of the fandom, a lot of the fan base isn't American. And the Japanese fandom is very different from the American fandom. Not in how they, like, enjoy it, but just sort of, like, it's more like Pokemon to them there, it seems. Less focus on the story and more focus on the cutesy characters. They love mascots in Japan. Boy, do they. Oops. Our ads are about to start. I'm so sorry that we went so long. And there's no way for me to delay them because we weren't doing anything. I mean, I can delay them, but we can't skip them, unfortunately. Oh, big gust of wind. Very sorry about that on the mic. It really does feel later than it is right now. It's probably partially because of the sun setting earlier. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and dump bucket on top of our background piece, our blue background, once again, so we are going to get rid of all of those lines. And then just because we've rotated them earlier, there's a bit of, you can see it here, this ring. We want to get rid of that. So we're going to do an overlay. And just go over all of our colors in each section, especially on the edges. I'm sure there's a way to prevent it from doing that when you're rearranging pieces and whatnot. These seams most certainly are not going to line up perfectly, but we will go back into Blender for that part. And one other thing is Doey has a bunch of body blushing. And he also has some filters on him. So we're going to try and duplicate that. I'm thinking we can probably get away with doing our gradient tool if we are smart about it.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Katie. Our big old dough balls. I don't actually know if these are going to be identical. They don't appear to be. Yeah, they don't really appear to be. So we'll just go with that. This is something that we will have to play with and see how it looks. Change, add, fix. Back and forth with it. But with any luck, hopefully it will work out. Maybe go a little easy on us for once. Mm-hmm. Oh. All right, well, let's see how that looks. You're going to save this directly on top of what it was. I'm also going to save a copy of this as a sci file. We're going to go back over to Blender, and we are just going to refresh it. Okay. Now this is our current dough wad. Our shadowing does not line up very well, or maybe it does, and that's just how it's choosing to blend out on that side. Obviously we have our seams we need to realign. Not in love with some of this. But compared to Doey, when he is scrunched, and our dough ball, it's definitely not as bright. Did I get rid of the shader? I did. There we go. Honestly, the shadowing came out better than I expected. No serious misalignment. However, it's still not the best. This is kind of misaligned on the yellow. He flattens down into this. Can have it do our breathe, our jiggle, get bigger. And our agitated 1, 2, and 3. I think we could certainly stand to have the shadow come up much higher, which means we would have to have it bow out. Let's get an idea of how far we would want it to go. Okay. That's doable. What we're going to do, instead of using this one, we're going to make a new one for our shadowing. We're going to go from the point to the bottom polygon of our center. Okay. And we're going to try that again. All right. And before we do that, we're also going to copy what we did for Doey's belly here. I have like a soft, soft fuck up apparently. What the hell happened here? Hold on. What is... Did I mess something up? Wait. Oh, thank you for the follow.
All can now hatch from their egg.
Dang, we reached our follower goal. 450, another 50 away from 500. Thank you very much. Yeah, everything is okay for now. Bronx, my dog, her health kind of took a bit more of a dive. I'm a little concerned about her. But we've got an appointment scheduled for tomorrow, so... What have I don't know what I've done here. Let me reopen this, because this is not right. Okay, yeah, some of these are old and not used anymore. All right, what we wanted out of that was a duplicate of our markings. All right, so we're going to take a copy of them below what they currently are. We're going to do a clipping group. We're going to add a dump bucket to make them all one color. And then all we did was blur it out a bit. Yeah. So with that in mind, we're going to do the same thing. It seems like it's pretty well aligned too. Although his body blushing shadows are definitely a lot darker. Wonder if we could double down on that. Well, we could, but... Pray for fast recovery. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're all hoping for the best. Oops, sorry again for the wind. All right, we are missing the rest of the body blushing on his orange and yellow. But he wouldn't really have that as a ball. So I don't think we really need it. I guess at this point it's just a matter of lining up our seams. So we will save this again. Save it as the flat version. Go back into Blender. And we are going to reload our image. All right, and we see how it looks. Oh, that's right. He's got a bit of a highlight on him, on his belly. I guess we could bring that in on these. Let's go back over to Psy real quick and try that. Okay, we're going to set that to shade/shine, and we're going to set that down to 10%. See if that has rivaled our regular doughy texture. Somewhat. Thinking we're also going to do another round of shadow on the gray. Just push it from the middle. Hold on a second. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. So we're going to go 2 above. No. 1 below, or 2 below our other endpoint. Is that too dark? I feel like that's getting pretty dark. Yeah, it's almost black. We don't want it that dark. You remember the yogurts that had a doll inside that they stretched out? Yogurts? I don't know if we had that in America. They don't really like to put food and toys together in America because American kids are too stupid not to eat the toy. All right, let's try that. I'll go ahead and save it. And then we're going to refresh it. Okay, that's starting to match up a little better with our Doey. I'm going to say I think he's okay. Maybe our shadows aren't absolutely perfect, but I'm kind of at a point where I don't really care anymore. There's a fairly visible seam here, though, that I'm not a big fan of. In my country, every once in a while, a brand puts those dolls in the yogurts, although they almost always have tokens inside. Huh. That sounds really fun. That would be a really cute thing. So one thing I'm doing here is trying to patch up our lines, what needs to be blended into what. I think it would actually be better to meet this guy about halfway. Just in case, I am from Ecuador. Yeah, I can't say I've ever heard of anything like that, but I'm jealous. I would love to be able to try something like that. We do have toys with foods, but usually it's just like a little plastic gizmo or gadget. Maybe a little animal that comes with a chocolate bar. Why are those so wobbly? Is it just the polygons? Yeah. We could have gone higher poly count on this, but I just opted not to. Alright, let's save this as a copy. And we'll go back over to Psi. We are going to open up that copy. We're going to copy this as a new layer onto our previous one. And we are going to use this as a guideline for how we need to change our seams. Welcome to the nest.
K0IA_ can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you so much for the follow. Normally we'd be a little more energetic than this today, but just kind of taking it slow. Had some not so great news earlier that kind of put us in a not so great mood, but nothing wrong with that. We can keep carrying on. Ah, that's the problem. We need to erase. Huh? What? What is going on? I'm really not thinking straight at this point. We may have to switch over to something different when it comes time to the Unity portion, because much as I wanted to be able to do that, I feel like I'm just too fuzzy-headed right now. Oh, that's a really cute emoji. Oops, sorry about the wind. It was getting way too hot in my room, so I had to open the window for a little bit here. I do apologize. All right, where else was there an issue? Over here? Yes. Wah! Posture check. Thank you, Snake.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass
Need to
out.
hydrate as well. Most ironic thing is that in the English-speaking streams, I try not to say bad words, but the first words in English that I learned are bad words. That's okay. I think it goes the same way, the opposite direction. I remember as kids learning a bunch of different swears in different languages. Of course, I haven't retained any of them. But we all thought that we were being smart. We could swear in front of our parents and they'd never know. Turns out they didn't need to know, because if parents didn't like a word that you were saying, whether they understood it or not, they would still punish you. All right. I think that's all of them. Nothing else is immediately standing out as needs to be adjusted. Let's turn our shadows and stuff back on. Reduplicate our hams. Reblur them. How is? Was definitely doing better earlier today. Oops. Well, I thought I put you on my head, but you're in the box above my head. It'll have to do for now. All right. Okay, resave once again. Mosey our way back over to Blender. Reload our image. Check for discrepancies. Notice a discrepancy, go back over to Psi, figure out why there's a discrepancy. Do the stuff again. For good measure. Ah, thank you for the follow.
Lanebat can now hatch from their egg.
Lanebat, that's a good username. Right, save it again. Go back to Blender. Reload the texture. It doesn't fully align there, and I don't think I'm going to fix it. Why? Because the polygons make it look kind of wib-wobbly all over anyway because I made it very low poly. So, no one's gonna know but me and you guys. And anyone who doesn't like it doesn't have to buy it. Oh, there's that cute emote again. Oh, I see it's from you. Is that one of your characters? I assume my partner was here earlier then. It was, let me find their username. It wasn't too long ago. Kohi? Kauhi? I'm afraid that one's a little difficult for me to pronounce. She just sent me your stream. Aw, that was so nice of her. I'm happy to have you guys here. Purple Bean is Hersona. It's beautiful art on the emote. Alright. So we have our dough wad now. And I believe everything lines up as good as it probably can to our actual doughy, minus the unfortunate side effects of shrinking his body in on itself. Should be good, though. We can always come back and touch up the textures another time. Man, Doey's gonna have some very unfortunate Fizzbones placements anyway. Because right now, this is a very menacing T-posing figure without knowing what mesh is attached to it. Love your gotcha character. Very cool design. Thank you. That's Popple. Popple's our little mascot guy. He hangs out with us on stream. Currently full of candy corn, bones, and a single spider, which is doing a really good job at cosplaying eyelashes right now. Well, I think with that, we probably have everything that we need. Let's unwadify Doey. There we go. And we will unflatten the wad itself. And as long as there's no major weight painting issues, I think he might be ready to do a test in Unity. So that being said, I'm not going to bother deleting any of the missing...
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save, Shadow. We just did that. I'll be lurking, enjoying the good vibes. No problem at all. Thank you very much for the lurk. Let's go ahead and switch over to Cats. We are going to... Cats is a plugin, by the way, if you're not familiar. Let me extend this out just a bit. So it says here, Cats. It is no longer being updated, but I believe there is a new assortment of people who are working on a newer version that's called something different. I simply just haven't changed from using this because I use an older version of Blender regardless. But we will use this to export our model. Before we do that, though, we want to make sure that everything is where it should be. So we're going to go to our WOD, and we are going to go to, in object mode, object, apply, all transforms. And then we're going to do the same for Doey, object, apply, all transforms, and our armature, object, apply, all transforms. And the reason we do that is because that tells Blender, hey, this model is exactly where it's supposed to be in space. That's what this little orange dot way down here in the center of this circle is. That is the world origin mark. So that has just assigned the world origin for this asset to be right down here so that whenever it loads into a Unity project, it recognizes that this is where the floor should be, and that this, in relative to the floor, is what scale the character should be. Very important. That should always be your very last step. So now we're going to go ahead and export the model. We'll name this Doey Test 1. Okay. Save our project again. And now we need to open up Unity. That's going to be fun, I say unenthusiastically. Let me go ahead and get that up and running. It's going to take a hot minute for it to do so. We've only got about an hour left of the stream. So we'll just dabble in it. Start playing around with the bare bones basics. See if we can get a test upload for the night so we can see his visemes and how all that works. So first things first, let's open up the Creator Companion. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. When I switched earlier from the top screen to the bottom monitor, our Spotify seems to have stopped working, so none of the now playing stuff seems to have been accurate for the last who knows how long. All right. And we're probably going to go ahead and use... I don't remember which project was the last one I was working with. I'll open this one and see. Speaking of Poppy Playtime, did you watch the Ferret Animations videos yet? No, I did not. I'm so sorry. I really have just kind of been back-to-back everything this week with stream stuff. I was looking forward to tomorrow, but now that we've got this whole vet situation on our hands, I don't think I'll be able to relax until I know what's going to happen there. While we wait for Unity to load up, let's kind of linger on the subject of relaxation. What sort of little things do you guys like to do to relax when you know that you've got a lot of stressful stuff going on that you can't really do anything about? This was actually a very recent topic for me in therapy this week. Something that we wanted to start playing around with was some physical conditioning of helping me regulate my nervous system by transitioning into something physical that would allow me to relax in times of stress. Something simple like changing into comfortable pajamas. But something physical and stimuli related. Another thing that we thought trying was just having a cup of tea. taking the time to just sit back and boil some water and brew some tea, making just kind of some time out of it. It's a good way to get grounded. I listen to music or read my favorite book. Reading is one that I never really did a whole lot of, at least for books. I know a lot of people like to read a lot of fanfic these days. I've always struggled with books myself, though, because I always feel like if I have time to sit down and read a book, then I have time to do something with my hands, so I should be more productive. Therefore, to get the most out of my book, I need to have an audiobook so that I can continue doing something with my hands whilst listening to the book be read to me. And in doing so, I have managed to make reading into an efficient hobby, but not a very enjoyable one. One thing that you can't do that with is manga, and I've been thinking about going back to some of the old manga that I used to read back in high school and whatnot. There's one series that I really love. It's still ongoing, and I'm a bit behind on it. I think I'm like 2 or 3 books behind now. It's called The Girl from the Other Side. It's a very good series. It's all predominantly in black and white, or very monochrome in color. And it's about this little girl in a world where all humans outside of the walls and protection of the kingdom have been turned into these big, terrible monster soot-like creatures. Everyone except for Shiva, who is just a little girl. And nobody knows why. But she's been deemed as dangerous. And it's kind of taking place in like the old Burn the Witch era. And so one of the monster creatures has taken a liking to her, because he is not a monster, he just appears to be one, physically, but he still behaves and acts out as a human being because he was one before. He stumbles upon this little girl and ends up taking care of her and trying to protect her from the other humans who want to, I guess, sacrifice her to the gods to try and put an end to the curse, even though they have no idea whether or not that would actually do anything. It's been good, though. It's a good series. A lot of wholesome moments, a lot of good, touching moments between teacher and Shiva. He's a good dad. It's been a long time since I've opened up Unity, so it is taking its sweet time to get to where it needs to be. And we will switch over to the other window once Unity is loaded up, because Unity consists of several windows. Alright. Looks like the last project that I had that I was working on here was Dog Day. Let's move this down to our bottom window. Close out of Psy and Blender. Move over to our large scale window. Our dinosaurs are going to disappear for this. I do apologize. We might be able to find a way to get them pulled up in there though. Okay. Got a couple things we need to rearrange here. Are you the right Popple? I don't think you are. You are not. Be gone! Scooch our chat further over. Ooh, our ads are about to play in 1 minute here. I might flip myself around and put me on the other side because this will show all of my folder stuffs and whatnot, which I don't really have anything to hide, but I don't necessarily want to reveal everything that I'm working on or whatever I've been experimenting with. Let's see. Do I look weird if I flip myself around? I don't think I've ever done that. I feel like I look weird. Oh well. We're only going to be at this for a little bit longer here. All right. We want to make a new project. Oh dear. It's not going to show you all these fun little pop-ups, huh? Interesting. Oh, weird. This makes me feel like I'm left-handed and I'm not. All right. File, new scene. We're going to call this one. Save it. In my avatars, we're going to make a new folder and we're going to call it Doey. Doey test. Now we need to start dragging and dropping all of our little parts and pieces. I don't remember which texture was our final one. Oops. Oh well. I'll just drag and drop them both in here. Because again, this is just a test. So right off the bat, we want to drag and drop Doey into our scene. We're going to go to his rig. We want to turn him into a humanoid. Errors found while importing the rig in this animation file. Open import messages, fold out below for more details. It's an invalid avatar configuration, missing or invalid transform. Required human bone, right foot not found. All right, let's configure it and see what happened here. Yeah, no, something's up, buddy. What happened? Why is that bone not showing up? That's weird. Hi, Kirk. We're working on our first test upload of Doey, and he is providing a whole new assortment of problems that we have never experienced before. Such as his right eye deciding that it's actually his hat. Neck, head, and you don't have any eye or jaw. Left hand. You only have 2 digits per finger, which is fine. Now, why are you mad at the hands? Because they're not in a T-pose? I don't know where this bone is. I don't know why it's not showing up. But it appears to be reading now, so... Alright, now we want to go ahead and rip our materials from the model. We have material 1. If you can't see, it won't pop up sometimes, so when I click this bar, a new window has appeared over here for me, but Unity is not capturing that on our stream. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'm more than happy to answer. I just don't know, without directly watching everything I do, whether or not it's going to be like that. Let's check our WOD. Make sure this is the correct texture. It is. So which one do we want to keep? One named texture, not the one texture 2. We're going to go ahead and just delete that. All right, cool. Why are you so shiny? We're just going to put you on the toon shader for now. Okay. And let's turn the WOD off for the time being. me. I just played hardcore Minecraft. Lost my world for the 6th time now, which is to be expected. Man, I am not good enough at Minecraft to be playing on hardcore mode. Let's go ahead and add our VRChat avatar descriptor. And we can finally start arranging everything. Let's get our view position about where his eyes are. We don't want to go too high. That's all I play. I still get called a masochist for it, though. I guess in all reality, hardcore Minecraft is really no different than, like, base game Don't Starve. We don't have any playable layers set up yet. Expressions, we don't have those set up yet either. Colliders, yes, we do need to set those up, because his head is going to be a problem. And it's a bit oblong. I don't know if we can... I guess we really just want the diameter of the top and bottom part of his head. Look at them tiny little peats! And tiny little hands. Man needs large hands. Alright, and you've definitely got to have larger feet than this, I'm sorry. Like, I know you have tiny feet, but... just gonna count, like, the whole front part of his foot. Yeah, but you're locked into the hard difficulty and can stare to death. I was inspired to add a positive thought redeem of my own after seeing that you have one. Aw, that's nice! That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that other people are doing that. Alright, that's good for all of your colliders, I think. Give or take your fingers, we'll see. Don't have any eye look. Oh yeah, I was gonna give him a prop. I forgot about that. I had thought about doing that this morning. I was gonna make a book for him. The Adventures of the Word Wizard. His favorite book. Alright, let's go ahead and start doing the fizz bones. Gravity is always going to be on for this one. Be a limiter. An angled limiter, we want that to be not... I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with that one yet. Okay, we also have a second one here. That is our jiggle for the wad. This wad. You are a secondary bone. Why can we not see you? Because Doey is in the way. All right, now you're going to get a collider. I would like to play around with these stretch and squish bones too, but we will need more time to do that. Not fully sure of what I'm doing yet. All right, spine, neck, shoulder, fizz bone root. You're going to be toggled off and on. And you're also going to start off. Okay. Neck is also going to get one. Whoa. Don't need it to go up that high. Hello? Why does it do that? Interesting. That should not be doing that. There we go. Okay, we got a neck fizz bone. We will keep that one turned off. I think I turned the whole shoulder root off. That's not what I wanted. All right, so just the fizz bone turned off. And then your hat. Another fizz bone. This one we are going to I'd like his hat to like wobble around on his head when his head moves. So that's going to be affected by motion. We'll play with that afterwards. We also need to add an empty. Floor collider. Add a collider. It's going to be a plane. Put that at 0, 0, 0. We are going to pop that right on our armature. And our gravity is going to be affected by our floor collider. Oops. No, not that. Colliders. We have one collider. And I guess what I should do, so put a collision radius on it. That might be a problem. Maybe not. I don't know what I'm doing with that quite yet. Okay. Let's play around with some of this.
If you become lightheaded from
Wow.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Kirk. And a big stretch. And posture check. Both very good things. Thank you very much. I needed that. What do you mean invalid avatar rig configuration? Clear this console. All right, we want to test this now, which means we want to go ahead and throw our gesture manager on here, wherever the hell that is. Enter play mode. Hey, Doey, why are your arms doing that? Are they just down at your sides? Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're just down at your sides. So first things first, I would like to see your fizz bones. Which I don't know why I'm not seeing them. Where's our camera? You know what? Hold on. Let's get out of play mode. Position our camera where we want it first. We're just going to turn the WOD off for now. Worry about Doey first. Enter play mode. Can we grab that belly? We forgot to put one on the belly, didn't we? Sure did. The one thing that I promised he would have. All right, why am I not seeing the fizz bones, though? We'll give the belly just a little bit of gravity as a treat. Okay. Let's try going into play mode again and see if we can grab the belly. We sure can. What about our other fizzbone things? There's our hat. Yeah, we can wiggle this hat around. Those are the only ones that are active right now. Yes? Turn on our neck. Uh-huh. Why is our neck locked in place? It shouldn't be locked. Okay, we'll have to come back and play with that. Let's try our shoulder fizzbone. Okay. That's good. We can give him noodle bones. We can make them very stretchy if we want. So it seems like the only one that's really not working right now, as it should, is the neck. And we shouldn't have, yeah, there's no there's no limiter on it, so why is it limited? Should be able to just grab it and run away. Maybe the stretch. Let's play with that. Why is this not working? Alright, what the hell? It's not stretching or squishing. It should. By all means, it should. Hmm. I'm gonna let myself grab every single bone that we have. Let's turn Doey off for now and see if we can get the jiggle to do its thing. So this one I can't grab at all. Why is that? Allow posing, allow grabbing, snap to hand. Has a collider. So what am I doing wrong? Wind! Why can I not grab it? What if we just move it? We can't move the armature. What the fuck? Why is the armature glued to the floor? Okay. I might just be too stupid for this tonight. Nothing's moving. Literally can't move anything. Cool. I love Unity. I love this. What is going on? Okay, I can move the hip bone. I can move the armature now. What the fuck was happening? It just stopped letting me move it. And now it's letting me move it again. Where? Okay, yeah, now you want to work? Not really. Your belly's working. But the dough wad isn't. Why not? And we once again just can't move him. Why can we not move him? We have no problem moving him in our normal mode. But the second that we go into play mode, can't move him anymore. Can move his belly. The wad parts simply just aren't working. Because the gravity was set too high, maybe? Here, have a collision radius if you need it. Nope, it's still completely immobile. Oh, wait! Okay. So why is that one grabbable, but our wad still isn't? There it goes. What the hell? Is it because they're colliding with each other? I don't know. It seems to be working now, though. Okay, hold on. This is working. It's weird, but it's working. I think maybe the problem is the floor collider. Let's lower it a little bit. Because for some reason, the gravity bone's going way further down than we want it to be. Don't want to be able to grab that in the end. Nope. Give me the armature, please. And we can't move anymore again. I literally did nothing different. It just decides no. Enter play mode again. And it works this time. See, that's what I mean about Unity. I did nothing different. I just hit play mode and then something didn't work. So then I left play mode and I went back into play mode again, having done nothing to change it. And suddenly everything's working again. So this is definitely not doing what I want it to do. I'm not totally sure why. Maybe we don't need a floor collider. Okay. Let's play with that thought. I don't know if we want to change it to a mobile type world or not. Yeah, because we don't want that happening. We don't want this wib wobble. So what do we change for that? World? No. Okay. That's exactly what we want. So that'll always keep our dough ball facing upwards. So what did we do for that? Let's set that immobility to 1 entirely. And then if we try the back and forth, yes, it does not get affected by the back and forth. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. So we are going to copy our Fizzbone settings, leave play mode, and apply our Fizzbone settings. Okay. We're going to limit our hat Fizzbone at a different angle. I think we're going to tighten up that angle a little bit too. All right. Back to our hat. Because we really don't want it wiggling a whole lot. Oh, wait a minute though. This is also supposed to be so we can grab and pull away. Okay, hold on. Okay, so if we pull the hat away, we can do that. But if we have it at that angle, that means that's not going to work. How far can that go? Pretty dang far. All right, we want to be able to grab that hat. And we want to do so without stretching the hat itself. And now our stretch and squish isn't working again. Why is that? No, you don't work anymore. Okay. Because we put the hat in here as a please don't touch. Yeah, apparently. Okay, cool. Good to know we can't get away with that. I guess we'll go ahead and turn off the limiter type. I guess we'll just have to do the same thing that we did with our dough ball and set it so that it is immobile. Because I want to be able to take it off. I want to be able to be like, hello. Okay, and that allows it to rock a little bit back and forth. I think I like that. All right, so that's with it set to about 8. And if we set it to 9, very, very minimal head movement. That's good. It's very good. I like that a lot. All right, we'll copy our hat again. Okay. We want to kind of recreate the belly physics. Not you. Kind of wanted to have even more belly jiggle than that. It's not very bouncy, but I can't go much higher. Okay, that's not too bad. And if we rotate? No. Okay, I kind of love that. All right. Go ahead and turn our WOD off. Actually, no, we'll copy these components for the WOD's jiggle to, what was it? 400. All right, so it's 485.3. So 4 85. 3. Now let's turn Doey off and see if we can get that from just our blob. Oh, I saw it do a little bounce. Hold on, let's turn off the grabability of this one. We don't actually want to be able to grab that. And nothing works again. Why is it that this one stops working anytime this one becomes ungrabbable? They shouldn't affect each other at all. So Bestie and I are too fucking good at storytelling. One of my characters is haunted by one of their characters. We just talked out a scene where the ghost got surprised by my other character, Monk, high enough level to have magic, weapon hands, grabbing them by the wrist and yeeting them through a wall, then drifting by the balcony door as a pair of glowing fucking orbs drifting by the door before vanishing. Unfortunately, I am now jumping at shadows because Void is fucking nyctophobic on a good day. I don't know what that is. Let's go ahead and Google it. Extreme or irrational fear of the night or darkness. I see. That's really cute. Man, y'all make me miss doing D&D. I really don't like that this is causing these problems. Like, there's no reason why this Fizzbone is not working. And yet it continues to not work. Maybe that was why. Okay, yeah, seems like we've got it working now. We have a Jello Jiggler ball. We can just tighten up that radius a little bit, and that will be exactly what we need. Oh, and it looks like our ads are about to play, and these will be our last ads of the night. Not the biggest fan of how it is kind of squinching at its peak axis. So here's my other thought, is that this one we can give some squish to. So we're going to turn on grabbing again real quick. How does one squish? Because we can't stretch either. I might need to follow a tutorial on how the squish bones work, because I've never really done anything with them. Let's play around with it on the jiggle a little bit here, though. Hmm. This is really confusing why this is not working. very confused over why our squish is not working at all, nor is our stretch. Can't possibly fathom why they wouldn't be working. So I think it's best just to leave it here for now. I will probably continue to futz with it here and there throughout the night. But for now, I think I've definitely reached my...
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save, Void. I'll be honest, I'm not really even feeling like raiding out. I think I just, after we're done with stream here, I think I just want to settle in for the night. I don't really want to be very social or anything. I think I just need some time to decompress and to sort out my feelings with everything that's going on right now with Bronx and the whole vet situation. So with that in mind, let's move over to our just chatting window. Where am I? There I am. All right. I am so sorry for the mood of the stream kind of taking a shift there. I know that these things can't really be avoided when they happen, and I'm really thankful that you guys have been very understanding of that and very supportive. That means a lot to me. Checking over what we have for next week. Oh, this weekend we might finally get to try playing Deltarune. Either Saturday or Sunday. I will try to let you guys know in the Discord at the earliest possible time when we should be able to do that, if that is going to be happening. And then as for our usual schedule of next week, it will be 2D Tuesday. We will probably be working on some texture work. I'm thinking I might get back to working on Sun and Moon's texture again, but we'll see. If not, we're going to be working on the print of Popple and Moss again. We have our Wacky Wednesdays, where we are once again going to be taking a little bit of a vacation from our usual schedule with that. I will probably be playing Stardew Valley in the first portion before we continue on with doing the collab of the Stupid Sauce Digital Circus characters with Rosie. And then 3D Thursday, just like today, we will continue to work on these avatars. I don't know how much I'll be doing Unity work, because once I get the Fizzbones sorted out on how they're supposed to move, that is the bulk of the work. Outside of that would just be setting up the animations and controllers, which I know some of you are interested in. I will try to hold off on doing that. But otherwise, that is our plan for next week. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Actually, thank you for hanging out with me the whole damn week. Because up until today, this has been probably one of the best weeks ever. I've really had a great time with you guys. And that really wouldn't have happened if you hadn't have been here. So I appreciate that so much, the time that I get to spend with you. Please continue to support other artists here on Twitch. I do apologize, I just don't really have the energy tonight to find somebody to converse with. But I will happily give some recommendations. We've always got Frosty Fiend, who you guys have been rated out to several times. And we've got Flex with T-Rex, Lord Hades VTuber, White Dough Trading Co., Eldersaurus again. We've gone to see him a couple times. So please find somebody else fun to continue supporting for the night if you're still planning on hanging around Twitch for a bit. But I will be taking a good long rest here, and I hope that those of you who need it will take one as well. Have a good night, Frag. See you next time. See you guys. I love you all very much. Goodbye.